Howdy, howdy. Back at it again. I have not had enough streaming yet. So, thank you. Hope everybody is doing well. I only have a few more sections to do, and then we're going to be moving on to a new set of things. I don't know what it's going to be quite yet. Got some sweet blanks that were recently cured. And I've also got another cool set of blanks. So, I don't know. We'll see. Let me look at this real quick. Let's see if I am actually okay. That is what I was checking. So I need to change. Docs, custom browser. Yes. Put that in. Apply. Hello. Again. Unless it was. It is the first time watching today. There. Boom. So I think everything looks like I got good volume. Maybe. Oh crap. Oh crap. Let's put it on the Hollywoods. First things first, I'm playing these damn. Good, great. Anyway, like I said, plan for today, or part 2 of today, is to get the sections done. I got 3 sections left. Abby's over there sanding. And then get started on another set. Maybe finish with another set. The set is going to only be about 3. So hopefully that'll be dope. How's it going, Moon? Good to see you. It's going great. It is going great. I know I'm still thinking about the fact that we had talked about the Sharpie pen. I hadn't forgotten. I have yet to design it, so there is that. Tom, how you doing? I don't think I've seen you here before. Welcome to the stream. I did already stream. Yes, I did. I streamed earlier today, and I was working on shaping caps and sections. I've got 3 sections left that I'm going to work on, and then I'm going to get ready for a new set of pins, and hopefully I'll be able to bring 3 of them from start to finish in this upcoming stream. So that's the plan. Yeah. But Tom, how you doing? Actually, you know what? I think you have stopped by one other time while I was streaming. Correct me if I'm wrong. I've been trying to remember if I have seen somebody. Love to have one and frame it. No, you want to use it. Functional art. Functional being the key part of that. Functional art. Shoot, my pocket pen, it's in my pocket all the time. This little guy. So this is when we very first started using any sort of color shift pigments. And I made, and I was also working on the M12 diameter for the body and the barrel, and then these are M9 threads. This is not a pen I would sell. Not good, not good. But you know, it's also serving another purpose right now. I put my little finial into it. So trying that out, and it's been a couple months now, and it hasn't fallen off. So I'm pretty happy about how that has gone. So that was my my point of testing that. I try to test something before I send it out into the wild. But yeah, let me see. We are working on, let's see. So I got these 3 pins remaining. These 3 here. There we go. You won't be able to see them great. Let's hop over here right quick. So we got these. And then I've got to make, well, we've got this one. Come on, there we go. This one here that is white. So we're going to add a little bit of a different flair to it. And then I got to make the section for it. And I'm going to use this piece in order to do that. And then, yeah. And then I got to see where we're at time-wise. They look so nice. Hey, I appreciate it. Let me clean up the lathe here and get a fresh start. I like to start with a dirty workspace. Good grief. What am I doing here? All righty. There we go. We'll hop back over here right quick. And then, when are you heading off to another show? Great question. So, it wasn't going to be till the beginning of the next month. However, on our way back from DC, Abby and we had decided it would be pretty cool to get rid of Abby. Abby to go to the San Francisco Pin Show and see what that's all about, to see if that is something that we want to do again in the future. Maybe next year. So Abby is going to be leaving Thursday. I'll be dropping her off at the airport on Thursday. In about 5 days. And then after that, it will be the Orlando Pin Show, which is August 4th, 5th, and 6th, I think. Tom, you may have just decided what I was going to do next. Maybe. I don't know. But maybe. Yeah. So, no. For the most part, the shavings go in the trash. But for the shavings that look pretty cool, or the ones that turn out really good, we actually have a set back there of blanks that I was going to do something interesting. You'll have some free time. I don't know about that. That's ambitious, but maybe. So, but good question, Tom. These are actually some blanks made from the shavings. Let me hop over here right quick. So these are actually some from shavings, and it'll be interesting to see what it looks like when you turn it from square to round, and then you actually make something that is functional with it. I don't know how these are going to go. They could be nothing, or they could end up being dope, or what, or something somewhere in between. I don't know. But yeah, that was kind of one of the things that I was thinking about. And then the other thing I was thinking about is doing these. So it's hard to see them, but I know you can absolutely see the shimmer in some of these. I was going to get a set of these going. Oh, yeah. These are pretty dope. You like the look of them, Moon? Heck yeah. I do too. I do too. They're pretty awesome. But see, that's the thing, is Abby's making stuff that looks awesome faster than I'm able to make the awesome thing look functional and be functional. So, and then also I'm trying to work on different things as well, where I'm trying to, you know, push my limits. But yeah, as mentioned, I am going to be working on 3 sections. I've got 3 sections to turn, and it won't take long. And then I'm going to get a new set of pins going. So that'll be cool. Yeah. Anywho, without further ado, as always, feel free to ask any questions. I'm happy to answer as best as I can, unless it's all the cheat codes to what it is that I'm doing. Just kidding. That's why I'm here. I want people to see, know, and appreciate, and all that jazz. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and get to turning these sections, and then I'm actually going to be doing a recess in the finials, so that'll be pretty interesting to for y'all to see. That won't be some, or that has not been something rather that I've shown before, so that'll be pretty cool. I mean, cool as in something that you've never seen on my stream, but all I'm doing is cutting a hole into the bottom. All right, let's go ahead and switch and get to work, man. Golly. So, I was streaming earlier, and I had to depart because of a party that I was going to for my sister. My sister is having a baby, which is pretty exciting, and it was a gender reveal. So, it was really fun to go see them and see all that happen. And you know, it's just nice to have get-togethers with family. So it's one of those things. Let's see. I've got the calipers already set for what I need to, and all I got to do is turn this down to the size that is about the same size as the left part. I was looking at the video here. But Tom, I don't remember if you had been here before. I'm really trying to think if I've seen your name before, and part of me thinks I have, but it was brief. As for those pins that I've got the noodles for, like, I mean, imagine throwing these noodles into a blank. I just don't think that will be all that interesting to look at. Um, and the way that I get the larger one is really by a different tool. So there is those things. Let's see where we're at here. Alrighty, well, how about that? The reason I have the calipers set is so the section will be able to go into the cap of the pin. So I'll show you here in a second what I'm talking about. Finish this. Nice, nice. A little bit more is never a good thing. If you've done tedious work, you'll know what I'm talking about. You're like, oh, just a little bit more, and then, oh, too far. Whoops. You know what I mean? Maybe you don't. Maybe you do. I don't know. It happens. All right. So this section is going to be going to this pin. And it is yet to be sanded and polished. I've heard. Right now, I'm taking a look at the base of the section to make sure that it is how I would like for it to be. It is. Then make sure it goes on. Sweet. Looking good. Looking good. One down, two to go. You commented on some of the previous videos. Yeah, okay. Cool. From Birmingham, England. Well, that's really cool. Casting your own pin blanks, which will be a separate business. Hey, that's a pretty good idea. I know that there are turners that do not make their own blanks, and they are always on the hunt for a new maker on the scene. But if I may, throw my 2 cents out there, is this. If you're learning, don't sell things that you're learning on unless you want people to know you for that particular thing. And that is all I had to say about that. Lawrence, how you doing? Have you been getting anything as far as blank casting material set up? The primary resin that I use, well, that I turn, Abby makes all of her blanks, is Alumilite Clear Slow. And that will save you hundreds of dollars. And you don't have to figure it out that you don't want to use tabletop or rooftop and other stuff. But really, if you use Alumilite Clear Slow, you will be on the right track. Other than that, follow the directions, pay attention to your outcome, and then adjust as necessary. Because despite what they may tell you, you will probably have to alter the temperatures that you're doing things. You may have to alter other different elements of the blanks that you're making in order to achieve the outcome that you're going for. Oh my goodness, Lawrence. You just had surgery and out of commission for 6 to 9 weeks. Good grief. Is that a mixed blessing? Are you like able to function a little bit? Well, I suppose so. If you're watching the stream, I think I might have a buddy hanging out with me while I live stream. That's crazy. What'd you have surgery on? As for the section here, because this section is relatively small, I have to get the outer diameter of it to about 12 millimeters, and then that gives me a little bit of freedom because inside there's a 7 millimeter hole that is drilled on the inside with steps as well to facilitate the JOWO #6 nib. And then the pinch is this lowest part. That is going to be about 10 millimeters. So you don't really have a lot of room to play when you're doing sections of this size. I had a navel hernia fixed. Was that cosmetic? Or was that from a previous something or other? You don't have to. Um, in terms of pin making, you are currently making pins from pin kits, which you found that many of the great artisan pin makers like Jonathan Brooks, hey, started their pin making journey with pin kits. Hey, all right, I digress just a little bit, but um, Jonathan Brooks is what a great dude. Seriously, I met him at the DC Pin Show, and well, my wife and I met him at the DC Pin Show, and she's also going to see him when she goes to San Fran. He is a really, really good. So, if that is someone that you're looking up to, I can absolutely not fault him. He is what a good person. A good person, good pin maker, good, excellent blank maker, obviously. Uh, yeah. So really cool. So I think you're on the right track, Tom. If you were looking at some of the best people in the biz um, of pin making or bespoke pin making specifically, I think that you are on the right track with the people that you are um, paying attention to. Is basically what I'll say about that. Uh, there are definitely other people that would be beneficial to take a gander at. However, there are not, there is not anybody else that streams that I know of. So if, um, for what it's worth, um, it is a good place to be asking questions. Let's see. The doctor said you need it fixed. You've had it for over 8 years. Yeah, that's wild, man. I'm glad that you were able to get it taken care of. Man, that's kind of crazy that it's that. Um, huh. The reason I even have as many thoughts as I do about that, Lawrence, is because I was a paramedic before, and I spent a lot of rotations in the hospital. So I, it's why it's not something that I am too unfamiliar with. Tom, you like his blanks. Yeah. Well, he sells his blanks, so there is that. Um, I don't get a kickback by any means for this, but have you heard of the? Well, first things first. Do you listen to podcasts? Uh, I don't get anything from it other than their fellow pen makers that I respect as well. But there is a pen makers podcast called As the Pen Turns, and the hosts of that are Brad and Jonathan Brooks. So those are typically what you'd see, and I'm pretty sure that you can watch them on Spotify, but I'm not positive off the top of my head. But they've definitely put out some good resources. But since it seems like you have a little bit of a uh, deeper, but I guess more of an understanding of some of the things that you're looking at and for, that's why I'll suggest. This will be, last section before the beginning, another set of things. Also, for making kit pens are a great way to get into them. But I think what people don't really pay attention to when they're making kit pens is how the pen's actually made. Like, that's one of my thoughts on it. Um, and obviously, I don't expect people to wonder that either, because it is kind of a bizarre thing to wonder unless there's a reason for you to be trying to figure out what it is. In my case, I like to deconstruct things and then reconstruct them in a different way that I find appealing, or in a way that I like them. And some pens, I'll even just reskin pretty much. So, um, it's one of those things that was I going with that? And it's one of those things that once you know how to deconstruct, then you'll be able to reconstruct as well. And that's a part of being a bespoke pen maker. Um, and I think anybody is capable of it. It's just, are you willing to put in the time in order to do it? Because it does take a lot of time, and if you're not overly interested in doing that, then it's probably not a pursuit for you. You could probably just stick to the but yeah, I guess if I had to give a little skinny on that, that's what it would be. And then, some people, as they don't feel like they're ready for, that type of undertaking in the first place, so they wait for a little while, which is no problem either. Uh, sometimes, um, I mean, me personally, I have definitely gotten some things that I probably shouldn't have gotten at that point in time that took me months, like 6 months to a year, to actually get to. Um, so it's kind of interesting when you take a look at things like that and you break it down, kind of like that. So that's my 2 cents on getting into bespoke pen making. But I don't look very often on Facebook, but when I do, I find it interesting when I see some of my compadres, my fellow bespoke pin makers, posting in pin groups, and then people asking what kit that is. And they're like, it's not a kit. I made all of the parts, so you can't really get that. And I think there's just something, I don't know, special about that in particular. But on the other hand, I also think it's valuable for um, turning skills to be learned before trying to get into all of it, because if you don't really know what you're doing in the first place, then you're absolutely going to make the learning curve that much steeper if you don't know how to turn, period. Which maybe you are that kind of person. You don't have enough to try and make bespoke pins. They're really not hard. Um, and I know that I've been talking about a particular video about making them with very, very low barrier to entry tools. Um, but I still have yet to make that video because things are a little bit busy right now, and probably in a month or so I'll be able to work my way around that. Things have just been kind of crazy, having to front load a lot of work and stuff like that in order to create some time. It's funny that my main job is turning, but my side projects is also turning. Kind of funny when you think about it, I guess. Let's see. Okay, these are now done. So we just did these, and bada bing, bada boom. They're looking pretty spicy. I'm going to send them over to Abby. She's going to get to see them. She is obviously off camera, but she is over at her lathe working on them. Kit pins place limitations on what you can create, which is why you're learning how to make kitless pins. Yeah. Let me come over here for a second. Abby, will you turn off Morty, please? All right, Tom. Here for you. Bespoke pin making is a lot of fun. And it is very different than turning kits, but there are so many similarities at the same time. So if you're turning kit pins, if I could give you one piece of advice, if your path is to making bespoke pins, that would be to pay attention to how they're made. And that would be my 2 cents on that. Because you can easily get overwhelmed if you start jumping into the bespoke and kitless pin making realm. And I say both because bespoke pens are made for specifically people that like fountain pens, that also specifically like different colors, shapes, and small makers, stuff like that. But when it comes to kit pens, there is absolutely a limitation, but there's also so much creativity that you can incorporate into it. For example, I make a kit pin. Well, I use the click mechanism from a kit pin, and I have turned a bespoke pin out of that, and then I just incorporated the click mechanism into the pen. So when you're thinking about kitless pens, there is give and take. It's more or less the difference of having brass tubes in some cases, because even people that do kitless pens, they use metal hardware. The difference is they make the hardware. So I guess without belaboring the point, it's just a little bit different. So there's definitely skills with both, and I do think kit pens are easier, but I do still think it is a good stepping stone to get to the point that you would like to go. And yeah, I'll digress. But I guess that's my thoughts on the kits versus kitless for now. I'll probably think of some more stuff later, but yeah, yeah. But I do like the DuraClick EDC clicking mechanism that doesn't really click that much. It's very quiet, so when you press it, it's very, very quiet. But yeah. Anyway, but even with bespoke pens, I guess this is another one of those things that I was just turning sections, so I can go ahead and point this out. Because I was turning a section and I'm using a M13 tap and die, I'm limited on the section because the Yovo number 6 nib that I use requires at the minimum a 7mm hole to even get the section into, or get the nib housing into the section itself. So I'm limited to go about 10mm diameter at the narrowest point if I want to maintain structural integrity of the section. So when you're talking about 12mm to 10mm at its narrowest point, you're only really working with 2mm, so you are limited on that kind of stuff as well. The only real way around that is by using different housing, in which case you can go down to a Jowo number 5 or a Yovo number 5, and that's still a limitation. So no matter what you do, there's limitations to what you can do. It just allows for more freedoms, is a way to think of it. And a lot of people, for some reason, when they think of bespoke pens, they always think of fountain pens. But really, bespoke pens is usually 3 components. You have the barrel, section, and the cap. That's typically all it is. And if you add more, you add more. When you're turning kit pens, there's only one component that you're actually making, and that is typically the barrel. So, you know, it is more complicated, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's harder. It's different. Would I recommend someone to use hardwoods for bespoke pens? You know, being an educator, it makes me want to know your thoughts on that. What do you think, Lawrence? Do you think you should use wood for bespoke pens? Give you a minute. And that's one of the things that I think about too, is I think bespoke pen makers think about the end user more often. I think about, or I think that bespoke pen makers are thinking about the potentials of different elements for specific pens more than a kit pen maker. Um, I think people that focus on kits don't think as much about the function of the pen. And I also think that kit pen makers don't really think about the resiliency of the materials that is being used. But yeah, I'm interested to know what your thoughts are there, Lawrence. And I'm not going to judge you. So um, it's one of those things where what do you think is what I want to know. And that's a great question, by the way. Great question. So I'll give you another couple seconds. Not really sure. Okay. Um, well, I would say a couple things. One, what type of pen are you going to be making? Is it going to be a roller ball? Is it going to be a ballpoint? Is it going to be a fountain pen? Also, do you plan on the pen having an eyedropper capability? Do you plan on sleeving it? Do you plan on incorporating any sort of tubing of sorts, whether it be acrylic or brass? Um, are you going to be trying to thread the wood? There's a lot of different questions to ask, and it's a very good question to ask. Generally speaking, I would say no. That's not really a pen that you should try and make. But there are multiple caveats, and it would depend on like your skill level. Like, do you know how to sleeve a pen? In which case you could create that no problem. But ultimately you have to think about the material, and if you're making a fountain pen, it might absorb into the wood, which will discolor the wood. And maybe that's something you don't mind, but also maybe it is something that you do mind, and you don't want the user or the person that purchases the pen to have to deal with their pen getting colored and absorbing the fountain pen ink. So that's one consideration. The other consideration is, do you want to try and thread wood? Wood does not thread well. It likes to fall apart because all the grains are kind of going this way, and then when you're threading it, you're going to be threading it opposite direction, and that causes the wood to expand. So you'd have to make sure that you had a thick enough piece in there that would also cut well enough. And those types of things are pretty specific, because usually what happens is the wood fibers, they're going to kind of rip and break while they're getting cut. So have you ever like carved wood before? When you carve wood, you're putting a lot of pressure on that blade and the knife, and then it causes the part that you're cutting to cut away, but it also makes some of the other stuff on top break off of the surface layer as well. So when you thread something with like a tap and die, you're going to struggle. So hardwoods, some hardwoods can actually hold threads if they're bigger threads. And then also it's going to depend on how you cut the threads. So there's a lot of variables that go into it. If I do make a pin out of wood, me personally, at Maverick Workshop, we're going to CA finish it. And it's going to be, it's going to have a liner on the inside. It's going to be sleeved, because I don't want anybody having to deal with the ink going onto the wooden portion. And I'm not getting on you, Lawrence. Sorry. kind of got on a ramble tangent right there, but um, yeah, you can use ebonite, you can use resin. There's no reason you couldn't use anything as long as it was like liquid proof or resistant. Um, but yeah, it's just one of those things that you'd have to consider when you're working on the construction of the particular pen that you make. Yeah. So you've done carving, and when you got the knife or the blade on the edge of that, it causes some of the outer layers to kind of splinter as it's working its way. And so if you imagine that on a much smaller scale, then you'll have essentially what the taps are doing to the inside or the outside of the pen, the taps and dies. Um, so yeah, some of the wood does not cut cleanly, um, which is a part of why you have to sand it sometimes. So yeah, I think if you were going to do that, you would go back to remembering how kit pens are made. And then you're going to add your bespoke element to it. So I can show you an example right quick of what I'm talking about. Okay. So here is a black resin, and this on the outside is, I think it's Thoya pearl. So I made this pen. It's never going to get finished because it's wrong. But I keep it as a reminder of I did this wrong. So what you do is you make basically your bespoke pen, and then you trim it down to where it's really, really narrow. And then if you think back to your kit pen making, what you essentially did was create a brass tube in some ways to think about that. So I drilled a hole in this piece of wood, and then I put it on to this black piece of resin that I trimmed down. So if you understand how kits work, then you'll also understand how bespoke pens can work as well. This one in particular, you can see that what I was trying to do was take it to where it would match up, where the wood would match up perfectly with the resin, but it didn't do that. You can kind of see that it's off, and it's off on both sides because of how I did it. So if you are going to sleeve it and try to get a taper, you're probably going to need to adjust the process, we'll say. I did make a pen that is over there for my daughter. I'll show you that right quick. But you'll see that these part here is the resin, but hey, the ends are different. So what I had to do was I created the sleeve that went all the way through, and then I made an end plug for it, so that way it marries up inside the initial sleeved part on both ends. So that is how I fixed this. Anyway, Lawrence, I like where your head's at. There are not very many bespoke pen makers that do what you're talking about. And I think it's a great direction to go if you do get into bespoke pen making. Um, Partially because people don't know how, and the other part is because it's challenging. It is challenging to have something like this, and then make it visually appealing and um, just generally nice. So I think that is a good direction to pursue if you are going to get into bespoke pens. All righty. Have I ever mixed resin with things that were once organic matter, like flower, leaves, or moss? If so, did you see any discoloration over time? Are you referring to the organic matter, or are you referring to the resin being discolored? Because resin does discolor, yes. It will yellow. It doesn't matter what resin it is. It will happen eventually. It's just the way it works. Some of them, for example, like from Tim McKenzie, he's got some UV resistant resin, which it lasts longer, and people use them for ink windows, and they're resistant to UV, but nothing is UV proof. So, and if you're talking about the organic matter, um, I'd say no, the organic matter doesn't change after it is completely dried out. Um, because there's if there's moisture, it may change. If there's no moisture, then it won't change. And if you're doing something that requires any blending with resin, um, most resins that pen makers work with do not like moisture. It doesn't go well at all. That's why a lot of pen people use stabilized things and stuff like that, because moisture does not go well with resin. It causes it to bubble and expand in a very dramatic way. No, it's not dried out through stabilization. Um, the resin might burn to it. No, no. So when you are stabilizing, what you need is the material to be pretty dry in the first place. Like when you look at the stabilization process, what you do is you're drying out the material, and once you dry out the material, then it goes into um, a a type of resin that and a vacuum pot, so it sucks it in, and because it's sucking that in, it's also pushing the moisture out at the same time. Um, and when it goes through that cycle of constantly vacuum pot, you're sucking all the stabilizer. What I'm most familiar with is cactus juice, but the stabilizer liquid into the wood, and then that resin has to be cured. So you submerge it into a liquid, which is the stabilizer liquid, and it's in a vacuum pot. You leave it in the vacuum pot for like 24 hours or something like that. And then once it comes out, it goes like into an oven to complete the curing cycle. And then once all of that is done, there's no real way for moisture to be in there, if that makes sense. I hope that made sense. The resin might burn to it, or burn. Yeah, no, it won't. So when you're using like stabilizing stuff, it is different. And then if there is any moisture in the wood, you'll see probably like a milky layer between the wood and the resin. Trying to think if I have a good example of that, which I don't think I do right now, unfortunately. I usually try to keep things like that around so I can be like, this is where I've messed up. You got more info on bespoke pins here than anywhere else. Lawrence, I appreciate that, man. I do my best to make it worthwhile. So that is my goal. But yeah, you'll get like a milky white layer if there's liquid. But you can absolutely get away with like seven. I don't even know what the number is. I've got a moisture meter right here. This is a moisture meter. And let's see, let's show you right quick. Okay. So this is stabilized. I don't think its cure cycle was actually done the best it should have been done, but still a really cool material and it will be no problem. So this is a moisture meter, and I'll hop over to the other camera so you can see. There we go. This will work. Alrighty. So you're here. You can see that it's on wood and there's no reading because, well, there's no reading. You can see the holes in this that spikes come through. And so this, I'm going to guess, is around 7. So let's take a look. Oh, all right. I was off. It's, closer to 8. So this Purple Heart right here is actually based on the atmosphere, because this is just a plank of wood that I bought from like Woodcraft, and it's been sitting here for a while. Now this is a stabilized Thoya burl, and when we check the moisture content of it, it's all right, 6.4, 6.3. And that's partially because it's been out in my garage for at least a year now. And so it does just kind of take over and absorb moisture from the air. But also, like I said, I don't think that it was stabilized the best way. When you cut down wood, if you weigh it and then a month later you weigh it again, it will drop weight like crazy because of how much water it'll lose. But yeah, I hope that was, a decent illustration of what it was. This is, again, a board that I bought from Woodcraft that I just chopped up into blanks. And then this is actually stabilized, and it was stabilized, and it does take on moisture if it's not done. So the wooden pins require more maintenance than resin or metal. It depends. And that's one of the answers that nobody likes to hear. But generally speaking, I would say yes. I'm going to continue to ramble about this topic, but I'm going to hop over and do the other section. Well, shoot. I don't even need to be over here. Let me. Hello. All right, I'm back over here. So I got to move this camera because I'm going to be working on. Let's see. Can I? Ooh. Maybe I have to move. Okay. Let's see. Do wood pins? Okay. Wood pins. Do they require more maintenance? Generally speaking, it's not more maintenance, I would say. I would say that it requires more front-loaded work if you're going to do it right. Uh, and I'm probably biased when it comes to that. I'm not one of those types of people that is like, I like the feel of wood on my skin when I am holding the pen. In my opinion, this is old John Lewis, Maverick Pens and Maverick Workshop. This is my opinion. If you're going to do wooden pens, I think you should know how to do a CA finish very well. Now, once you know how to do it, then you can deviate from it. But if you're deviating from that type of thing because you're lazy, I don't particularly like that. Personally, I don't make wooden pens for that very reason, because I don't want to put the time into it that it needs in order to do that. Usually, not always, because like I showed you, I just had the purple heart pen, and that one takes a lot of time to make and finish. So um, I'm working on this over here. I have to get this set up so y'all can see me working on the sections here, and then I'll get another set of pens started in the near future. Cute. I explained it very well. I appreciate it. But let's see, Tom, what I guess did you mean by maintenance? Because a CA finish is basically putting a plastic coat onto wood, and so it would make it on par with um, the thing the resin pins, sort of. CA is not the same as resin, but it creates a plastic layer that gets finished similarly to the golly. Sorry, my brain's not working for a second. You get the myelin stuck? Yeah. Shake her up real good? Yeah. Like a Polaroid picture? Got it. So let's see. I just made a personal pin out of antler. Woo! No, thank you. But a big Ben cigar pin. Cool. That's awesome, man. Are you able to turn while you're down for a little bit? If so, that's pretty dope. Um, let's see. Shoot. You use CA on it? Now I'm not, bro, I'm not talking to you. No, we talked about not using CA on that one. I was just talking about CA on pens and how if you're going to make any wooden pen that you should know how to CA. What? Never mind. My wife's eavesdropping on me over here. All right, let's see. Use CA on it. Yeah, that's cool, man. I have not made any bone or antler yet, but I've heard that it stinks and you should wear a respirator when you do it and stuff like that. So honestly, I haven't been overly eager to get to turn in it, honestly. Um, yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's what we were talking about. You have to pick your lathe up. There is a lathe, and I believe it's made by Robust, and they have a pivot feature that can be done. A pivot, sorry, they have a pivot part on the lathe that you can use in order to sit down while you're using it. Now, Robust is, I don't know if you're familiar with it, but it is expensive. Good grief. It's expensive. But you're getting a good machine that's going to last you the rest of your life. So, and it would be, it ends up being an heirloom in my mind. Like, my jet that I've got right now is probably not going to last long enough to be an heirloom, but it's constructed well enough to be like on the verge of being an heirloom status. But anyway, long story to say that some lathes have uh, a pivot feature that allows for people to sit down. Let's see. Had to use ACA on some of the marrow. I believe it. Wear a mask with the antler and wood resin. Yeah, that's good. When in doubt, wear a mask. There's no reason really not to. Um, yeah, there's just no real reason not to. I stepped over to uh my thingy over here to grab my section making tools or drill bit. Oh, lady. Let me grab my iPad. Uh-oh. Dropping stuff. Alrighty. And who needed it anyways? Hey. Oh. Okay. Let's see. Sorry. I dropped the damn thing and hold on. Find it. Oh. There we go. What is my least favorite material to turn? Least favorite material to turn. That's a good question. Let me think about it for a minute. My least favorite. Um, let's see. So a part of me, I do not like turning Operex. However, it's probably not for the reason that you would think. The reason I don't like turning it is because of how hard the material is and what I think it's doing to my tools. I think it's dulling my tools faster. And then another least favorite, I would guess, is I don't particularly like turning some woods, and that's a part of how I would feel like I needed to finish it. But as far as material that I don't like turning, it's really tough. That's a good question, Tom. I'd say probably micarta is my least favorite to turn because when I turn it, I wear a glove. And you probably have heard or seen people talk about wearing gloves around the lathe and that you shouldn't do that. But when I'm turning it, it gets really, really hot. So I burn my hand if I'm turning it. So I'd say that micarta is probably my least favorite thing to turn. However, I'll turn it because I love the way it looks. So it's a weird conundrum. It's got very little to do with the actual turning itself, but more along the lines of the finishing or how it makes my hands feel or whatever. But that's a good question. I'm sure I over explained, but welcome to Maverick Workshop, where yours truly will over explain answers that you have or questions and the answers. Your least favorite is resin. I would say that's crazy. What kind of resins have you turned? And why is that the case? And what are you turning with? So I think those are all questions that are all questions I've got for you. Oh, alrighty. No worries. Have a great show. Catch y'all next time. Stay safe and blessed. Hey, thank you, Lawrence. Hope you have a wonderful evening and have a swift recovery. Let's see. You heard ebonite can smell funky. Yes, it absolutely can. So vulcanized rubber smells like sulfur, which some say smells like a fart. So yes, it does have a funky smell to it. But as far as turning it, I'd say that it's actually really nice to turn. It turns pretty easily. But yeah, it does smell a little funky. So before I begin my next set of pins, I got to get this section banged out right quick. And then I'll get to the other set of pins. Maybe. It's only 750. Heck yeah, I got time. I got so much time for activities. Right. All right, so I should have faced this first. Even though I had a pilot hole drilled in it and it's from a square. There we go. Oh, you love my Carta? Yeah, me too. It looks so awesome. I actually got a piece from Atlas Materials. It's this guy right here. I'm not entirely sure what I'm going to do with it quite yet, but pretty excited about it. It's pretty awesome. Let's see. That. So what kits have you turned so far? Some of the kits are obviously better than others, but uh, everybody's got their own preference of what it is. Let's see. Alrighty. So we're gonna get this going. Oh yeah, there it is. But I do have ebonite as well, and it is a good functioning material. It can absolutely smell a little funky, but it is pretty nice when it comes to turning it. Alrighty, let me switch over here. Hi. Hey there. I'm gonna go back to here, and then I'm gonna move this over here again. It won't be the best view, but it'll be sufficient to accomplish what I'm going for here. I gotta turn this section. Oh, go to studio. All right, so I just made this section, and then now I need to go ahead and get it shaped so I can get this pin done and over to the sanding block. So there we are. It's going to be a pretty white pen. However, I think it'll go well because this, or I mean, it's a very white section. So I think the level of that will go well with the pen here. Alrighty. Let me get this set up. Traditional kits, manager kits, hexa kits, junior gentleman kits. Man, you turn a lot of kits. Nice. I hope you enjoy it. I mean, like I was saying, kits absolutely have their place, and bespoke pins and kitless pin customers are not the same. That's from a business perspective, but sounds like you're turning some nice kits. Junior Gentleman is definitely one of the popular ones. Are you in the US, Tom? Are you in the US? I know some things are kind of hard to get in other places. And I've had some Canadians and some people from India and let's see, where else have I had people stop by? Um, Puerto Rico, I think, was another one. And then all around the states, I've had people tune in. So it also kind of makes a difference, like your budget and um, your willpower and or your skill level or geographical location. All those things play a role into um, some of the things that I talk about. Alrighty, this is already here. We'll work on that. So the deviation, as I mentioned before, from the outside to the inside, so the highest point to the lowest point, can only be 2 millimeters when you're using an M13 tap a die, which is typically what I use when I'm making my stock pins or my standard size pins. So, England, I think you told me that. I think you told me that before. Sorry. Let's see. Yeah, you definitely told me that before. Sorry, I should remember. Let's see. Sorry, I gotta scoot behind the camera here so I can do something right quick to the other side of this. Uh, well, if you're from England, let's see. Are you familiar with Beaufort ink? You ever heard of Beaufort? I mean, you've heard of Jonathan Brooks and stuff, so I would assume he works a little bit, I think, with Turner's Warehouse, which is in some ways it's similar to uh, like Beaufort in the U.S., but I got to say as well, Beaufort's fast as far as shipping goes, and I live in the U.S., so uh, anyway, let's see. All right, here we go. Here's the pin, the barrel. Here's the section. Hmm. Let me take a look. I don't know how I like that. Uh, okay, so this threads nicely, but for some reason there's something about it that bothers me. Let's see. I'm going to take a little bit off the back end here. There we go. That's it. Let's see how that's going to fit up with the barrel here. Okay. That's better. So this line lines up, which is kind of cool because it has these two pieces were not from the same blank. So it's kind of cool. You buy different products from Buford. Okay, cool, cool. Well, he's got everything that that I use aside from the Joe. He sells the Bach nibs. Um, and if you were looking at bespoke pen making, man, and you didn't mind using Bach nibs, and let me go ahead and say, there's nothing wrong with Bach nibs. Um, I'm pretty sure he sells uh, pre-made sections that are made out of metal. So if you learned how to make the cap and the barrel of the pen, then you could just potentially buy the metal sections and not even worry about it at all. As far as making the whole section yourself. Um, but that's just, spitballing. Um, and if you wanted to know how to make the section, that's also a different story too, because that's where I was. I wanted to make everything. So it was definitely that element of it. But sometimes you're like, you know what? Maybe I should have a different model. Let's see. I'm going to reposition this camera, and I've got to do the finials right quick, and then work on the new set of pens. Boom. Alrighty, pivot this around a little bit. Out of the way enough. Let me take a look. Alrighty, we'll back you up just a tad bit. Drop her over. I'm gonna pivot it just a tiny bit. Sorry about all the camera moving. Also, Buford is, I don't know him personally, but he has been the person that runs Buford Inc. Has been easy to work with. Never had any. I don't carry any weight with you, but yeah, good to work with. Shipping has always been extremely fast, which I can appreciate. What time is it where you are in England? Let's see. Okay, it's darn big. Come on, y'all. Okay. So I need this. Boom. Move the slide back, cross carriage to the side. Get rid of that. That's not even there. um, bum, bum, bum. Okay. 1:05 a.m. Good grief, Tom. Are you on the night shift, man? Let's see. How are we looking? Are we wibble wobbling? A little bit. There's a tiny weeble in that, and I don't like it. So, here's how we're going to fix it. We're not going to fix the wibble. We're just not going to mess up our center mark. Boom. That's right. So what we got here is my finial cutter, so to speak. It is some of that action. Boom. Then, in order to remedy the internal, you need to grab a different bit. Well, I need to grab a different bit. And then we're going to sink that a little bit. That way it spins the middle. That way it's flat and slightly recessed in the middle portion, which is acceptable, but the outer is. I'll show you. Boom. All right. Boom. Finial. This is a finial for the barrel, and I did it in a 3/8 size. And let's see, here is a 3/8, and here is a finial. Let's see, here we go. All right. So here is a finial that I use, and it just goes right into the recess that I just made. So it'll get put in place. Oh, you don't work on Sundays. That's dope. That's pretty awesome. I do like a job that makes it so you don't have to work on Sundays. No relaxing at home, huh? Are you married, or why do you say that? Let's see. Take a look right quick. How are we looking? Forgot. I forgot. I'm getting yelled at. I'm getting screamed at. I'm just kidding. Let's see. We're looking for my other piece right quick. All right, we're taking a look right quick. Seeing. Nope. I'm gonna do not that size. So I'm gonna do another couple 3/8. People don't even show how to do finials either. So it's basically, how do you think to do it? And then go for the gusto. How do you seal the top? What a great question. So the way that we seal the top is layers of cyanoacrylate glue. We use, we have all the different thicknesses of this, but cyanoacrylate glue, CA glue. Boom, 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 boom. Married, 2 kids. Hey, that's awesome. All right, there you go. Here's the other one. And it needs to be recessed enough, but doesn't have to be super wazoo. Married, 2 kids, all asleep. Hey, nice. Both sides? For the top? Bottom looks kind of cool. Top does not. Okay. So sometimes the way that the resin, decides to be is pretty cool. Here's a much better example. Good grief. Well, if we can actually, it's not, I don't think it's going to focus. I've got it set. Let me fix that right quick. There. Okay. Oh, there we are. So this is the white cap that I'm going to absolutely drill into because it's not as cool as it could be. So we're going to make it cooler. This is, I would consider, oh, sorry. I would consider this being as a really cool one because you have the really tight swirls and the colors mixed together. And this is also a matte finish, which is pretty, it feels really good. And then this is this is the cap of the pen and this is the barrel of the pen. But there's a lot more color variation on the inside of this one versus the other one. So that is why I'm going to go ahead and drill that one out a little bit. Yep. Here you go. That or that. Here's this. And then, sorry, last thing I got to do is take a look at the diameter here. Do we think we can fit a 1/2 inch comfortably in there? I think we could try it. If it doesn't work out, well, we'll trim it down a little bit and remedy when we get there. It's the beauty of making it yourself. You are the one that is in control of everything, not limited to certain things. Right. Nice and easy. Okay, let's take a look at that. I'd say that is acceptable. I should also mention that if you do try to do this, you should also be aware that you could drill right through the end of it if you're not paying attention to the depth that you're going. I've done this quite a few times, so I don't always pay attention to some things like that that would be relevant to share. So let's see. I think I want to take it down a bit on the outside. Alrighty. Now, these are interesting. Um, it took me quite a while to figure out I could use router bits for what I'm doing here. And the reason is because I don't have a router. But what woodworkers typically use is called a Forstner bit. And when you use what's called a Forstner bit, you get this massive tip here. And that drills so deep into it. And I didn't want that to happen. So that's constant searching around. I ended up coming across um, router bits. And that is something that most people are not aware of or aware of. And so if you don't know what to do in certain cases, then you don't do anything. But now you know. All righty. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? Ooh, ooh, some high octane right there. Uno más. All right. I do apologize, but I do need to run to the restroom right quick. So I will be right back. And then we're going to decide what it is that we're going to work on next. Cool? Cool. I will be right back. Don't forget to hit that thumbs up if you have been enjoying the stream. I'd really appreciate it. Howdy. So, I think that it has been decided we are going to be working on 3. That's a little embarrassing. I was slow to get all 3 fingers up in the air. Anyway, I'm going to be working on 3 different pens. Well, I was going to do the 3, but the 3 at the same time, so I kind of didn't do either of them and almost held up 2 fingers. Anyways, going to be working on some black opals. So these are black opals. Let's get a closer look at them here. Boom. So here we are. These are the black opals. They are a dark color and they have a lot of sparkle inside of them. I'm actually going to grab a different one of these. The one that appears like it's got more. Yeah. Yeah. Ooh. Ah. Ooh. Ah. Ooh. All right. All right. So we're going to do these. We'll get started on these. All righty. Let me turn my AC unit right quick. Yes, that's nice. Okay. Now the goal is to get these ready for Abby. Oh, push it too far. Get these ready for Abby so she can do some magic. Magic. Make some magic happen. You know? Okay. Here we are. And away we go. Let me go ahead and begin my stopwatch here. Reset and begin. I'm going to go ahead and face them. Make them nice and flat. Get a pilot hole. Set. And then. Yeah, there we go. Back her off. Do some of this action. This is going to be either the cap or the barrel. And then the other side is going to be the other cap or barrel. And the section will be taken potentially from the top. So it could be anything. Do you really need to face them? It depends on what it is that you're doing and how well your center start bit starts. Do you need to even use a center start bit? Sometimes you might want to do that because of the particular material. Sometimes it could be too hard, or it causes the drill bits that you're using to kind of get a mind of its own and then deviate from the plan that you've got in mind. So those things. But it's not overly complicated to do this type of thing. Just going for a start. Typically, I like to use a much smaller. Is this? No. I mean, it is a little smaller, but not as small as I like to begin with. It doesn't really matter in this case because I've got quite a bit of material on both ends that I won't end up actually using. When I say quite a bit, I mean relative to the entire blank. So there is that to probably less than an inch overall. That's how much. see some of this action. England. That's so cool. So cool. My I would like to go to England. Boom. And a boom. Not really worried about this because I just need the pilot hole and I needed the ends to be flat in order to obtain the best pilot hole possible. I'm going to try to go through this quickly and efficiently. Yes. Well, I might be a little on the quieter side sometimes. So I will keep an eye on the comments, but let me know if you've got any questions. Happy to answer. Okay, now the next thing I'm going to do is not have you over here, but I'm going to talk to you about what I'm doing right quick. I'm going to go ahead and make the marks for the components that I need. And it looks like my template is not where I left it. So, not a big deal. But darn it. I'm going to go ahead and make these marks. Let me move the carriage. Move the carriage over here. And we're going to mark them over here. Darn it. Dang it. Let me get the measurements set up. That is pretty good. All right, so because I face these, and these are pretty good, my section is going to be pulled from the ends, and I'm going to go ahead. These are, yoink. These are rough measurements, so they're not like super duper important when it comes to where we are. There we go. My next step after this is to go over to the bandsaw and try to find the line that I just made. Let's see. Okay, let's find the ends. That's the one. Oh, geez. Where'd my mark go? There it is. See, this is a part of why I don't like black blanks. They're hard to see. Let's see. Would I recommend a wood lathe or metal lathe to a beginner pin maker? 100%, no doubt in my mind, a wood lathe. Wood lathe, hands down. Yeah. All right, so all of these are the same blanks, so I'm going to mark them as the number. And then I'm going to do it again for the cap. And then again for the barrel. But yeah, I would definitely recommend a wood lathe to somebody that is looking at getting into turning. And that's for a variety of reasons, and I can elaborate on that. But to answer your question, wood lathe. You have a lot more freedoms to do a lot of different things. With a metal lathe, you are quite a bit more limited. However, you were able to do those things better than you could on a wood lathe. And then also, the other thing I would say is it would not be fun sanding and polishing on a metal lathe because of how expensive of the lathe that you would need to get. And that's specifically because of the size. The size of the lathe that you would need is, pretty significant if you wanted it to be on par with the size of the wood lathe that you could get. So I hope that answers your question. Well, I know it did. I know it did, but it's my take on it. My opinion, I guess. If you disagree, I encourage you to do whatever it is that makes you happy. So let me switch cameras right quick because I'm going to go ahead and get these chopped into pieces. Excuse me. Get out of here. Here. Okay. There we go. Best viewers on. I don't know why it bleeped it out there, Joa, but it did. I don't know what it is. But yep, best viewers here. All right. Let's see. I'm going to take a look at that. All right. Uh-oh. Kevin, how you doing, man? Good to see you. Uh-oh. Come on, monitor. This right here, the monitor screen. All right. This is what we're working on. These are black opal, is what we're calling them. I already did the preparation, a little bit of preparation on them by getting them faced and a pilot hole. There we are. You're fantastic. That's good to hear. That is good to hear. Ah! No power. No power. All right, let me switch it. If you do have multiple plugs, a tip. There we are. If you have plugs, I would highly recommend labeling them. Label the plugs. Makes life so much easier. Right now, we're going to be cutting out these 3 components. And it's going to be a long night. Potentially, if this, unless this goes well. Ooh. I do like a new blade on my bandsaw. It's nice. I replaced the blade. So it makes it cut really nicely. I also added or took away teeth for the bandsaw, which is nicer because it makes it so it cuts a little better when it comes to rough cutting. When it comes to precision cutting, I'm pretty sure the more teeth per inch, the better. But the way that I do a lot of my cuts, pretty sure it's best to have as few teeth as possible. Oh geez, what's smart? I want to remember it. I don't remember what it was. Alrighty. Let's bring her back over here. Yoink. And then pop her up a bit. There we go. Labeling the plugs. The blanks. Labeling the blanks. Only if they're the same. Obviously, you don't really need to name them if they're different ones, because it's kind of a waste of time, really. But if they're the same ones and you want them to flow, which, thinking about it, these don't really need to flow, but they will be able to. You can also see the orientation of the numbers. So that's another win right there. Let's see. There we go. But because they are very dark, it's hard to see my stupid black Sharpie. So there is that. Alrighty. But we're getting there. Sorting all the pieces out here. One. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Three. And then one. This must be number 2 cap. Boom. Okay. Let's see. Good to go. All right. Let's see. You missed it. How are you labeling the blanks? All I'm doing is marking 1, 2, and 3, because I got 3 different blanks. And so I mark 1 for the section, 1 for the cap, and 1 for the barrel. And then 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3. That way I know that I used to have a clear stick, but basically the orientation that you go. And it's so you can keep it organized, which I like. I like keeping it organized. So the next thing to do is to go ahead and mark the different components that I'm going to be doing. We are going to do the section. Go ahead and get the section set up to be how long that I make them. So first things first, I am making a specific measurement for how excuse me, making a specific measurement for the length of the section that they're going to be. And because they're flat on one side, it'll work out no problem. Jeez Louise. Boom, flat. And so I'm marking the grip section right now. And what a pain. We hardly ever turn or make really dark blanks. Otherwise, I would have a silver Sharpie out here. But because of how rarely we do it, I would have to get a new one every time we decided to, as to not waste them, because they would just dry out by the time I got to them again. All right, so that part is set. Now, the next thing I do is set it up for both the grip and the tenon. So you add the length of the tenon to the grip part. So if you were doing a 20 millimeter section, grip section, and then you would add a 5 to 7 millimeter tenon, it would be a total of, the first mark that you would do is the 20 millimeter, and then the next mark would be the 25 to 27 millimeter. Hopefully you'll be able to see it when I go over to the lathe, but I mean, even right now, I don't see it very well. So, you know, the preparation in advance that I'm doing right now saves you time in the future. It is tedious, but you want to be as accurate as possible, because if you don't, you could run into other problems later on. So the next thing I'm going to do is mark out the tenon for the barrel, and I'm going to find the lowest point on the blank, so you can kind of, the bandsaw doesn't cut it perfectly straight every time, and you know that's partly user, and then it's also partly how the bandsaw is. But I'm going to find the lowest point, and then I'm going to use my plunge depth gauge right here and use that to mark it. So I'm just going to use that part right there to mark it. And that'll be kind of my reference line for my tenon. And my tenon usually ends up being, you know, right around where I do that. Obviously, because that's why I'm marking them. But you can definitely adjust it. Sometimes I have cut them longer than they should have been. And then you can just quickly make an adjustment on the fly if you want, while you're still working on that particular piece. So there is that option if that's what you're doing. But let's see. We are set up well enough right now. I'm going to go ahead and hit the tops of these because of how complicated the number is to see. And it's a pain. So I'm going to go ahead and reveal one of my trade secrets. You're going to just hit the top with a center start bit. And the reason is so I can support the tailstock, the live center, in order to do that as best as possible. All right, Tom, you off to bed, man? I appreciate you hanging out. Means a lot, you stopping by. I appreciate it, and I hope that you are able to learn from what it is that I'm talking about. And if not, at least hopefully you enjoy the company and whatnot. So I appreciate you bookmarking the video as well. Have a good night. All right. Get started on that. And these are just, this is just a center start bit. And then the other side that I do is what I will do later, actually. Yeah. Yep. Okay, that's good. That's good. Alrighty, let's see. So I can flat the caps later. The sections. Let's see. What do we want to start with? Sections. Yeah, we'll start with sections. That way we can hopefully hit a downslope a little later. Let's see. So because it does not matter as much, the depth of the hole here for this section, we're going to be using the Forstner bit. Boom. Get that going. I don't know if you can see it or how well you can see it. I can barely see the line here, but it is right there. I think, yeah, that at least made it a little bit more visible, but it's not simple to see. What we're just going to do is go ahead and face it down to that point. There we go. Because that is the start of where the base of my tenon is going to be. I'm going to go ahead and grab the rest of my section making drill bits. And we've got this. Ah, Kevin. Secrets. What size bit is that? This is a 1-inch. A 1-inch Forstner bit. But it doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter what size bit that you use at that point. The biggest thing is getting an initial pilot hole set up, as well as facing, making this end flat. So that's the biggest points of it. All right, we drilled all the way through. That is to facilitate the threads once I flip it to the other side. Right here, this is to facilitate the converter fitting into the back of the tenon and make it so that it actually connects to the nib housing. And then next thing we've got is a trade secret from yours truly. This is a plug cutter. Guarantee you that nobody else has used it for this purpose. We got plug cutter. Go in, use that, pop it out so it's limited to how many people can see. And then go in with the tool to cut the rest away until we get to the line that you probably cannot see, that I barely see. And then the other thing is, I need to go a little bit further. Yeah. Boom. Toothbrush. Top secret toothbrush. It helps deal with noodles when you don't want to get your hand smacked by the jaws. And then here's another secret here. You know, a little bit of sarcasm, but a little bit not at the same time. Sandpaper. Sandpaper is used for the fine-tuning element of of it, and I use it, and I've used it a long time. So I'm looking for a bevel here, nice little bevel, and it feels nice. I'm gonna pop my tool out here and back up the carriage. Get my M10 by 1 die ready, and then we're gonna drop the speed off. Take a look at her. She looking good. She looking good. Get it started, and then power feed it, and then disengage. Back it off. All right. So the last thing I want to take a look at before I take it out is I want to make sure that there's no edges, which there is. So we're gonna hit that with a little bit of sandpaper to knock off the edge. That's it. That's it. Boom. So that's almost done. The last thing we want to do is ask yourself, how do you want the base of the threads to be? Do you want to have to cut a recess inside the barrel of the pin? Or do you want the recess to be at the base of the threads here? Personally, I go for a combo. So I put it against the wall and advance it until I shave off a little bit of the threads, but not so much that you cut it off. If you cut it off, you went too far. But that's self-critiquing. And that looks nice. All right, then you flip it over, and now it's time to do the other side. Give a little explanation on, or a rundown rather, on making this section. I'll do this on the first go, but not so much on the next 2. So, just kind of narrating what I'm doing. So, grab another drill bit. This is already measured for the housing sans the thread. So this at the base of the threads to the end is what this is marked to about. So that's how I get this depth. And I know, because of how I set it up, that I need to stop just shy of where it is. So that's what this drill bit's for. The next one is for the the outermost part of this, from where my pinky nail is to here. So from there to there, which is why it's such a shallow mark on my drill bit. Again, I don't go all the way to the end. I have that end there as a guide to know that I stopped just shy of it. Once I do that, the next thing is to create a little bit of a shoulder recess. That way the section, or the nib housing, I mean, can fit in all the way inside of the section. And I do it just a tiny little bit. There's not a specific measurement that I use right there. It's just a tiny bit. And that is the precise measurement. So it's just enough to basically kiss a little bit. And this is an even lighter kiss. There we go, an even lighter kiss on the outer side of the threads, which could absolutely be done by sandpaper, but I sometimes make things more complicated than they need to be, and that is one of those things, I reckon. I'm going to turn the speed down, crank it back up just a little bit. This is a Yovo number 6 tap. Make sure my cross slide is out of the way. We have the section already rotating, and all I'm going to do is advance it and then let it take it. Do not lock the tailstock. It will ruin it. So we're going to give it a little bit of pressure until it catches, and then let it take it in until we get to close to the base of the threads, and then hit it reverse and bring it back out. There we go. We've already gained it. And withdraw it. So letting the machine do the work is sometimes really nice. It doesn't happen super often, but it is nice when you can. Alrighty. Well, moment of truth. We need to go ahead and get the nib. So here's the nib. So we can see. Let's find where it engages. And then, ooh. Oh, yeah. That's nice. And a slight recess. Like I was talking about, the slight recess element is based on what I imagine it is. It's not a specific measurement that I have marked out. All right, let's go ahead and do it again. So I know if you blinked, you probably missed the whole thing, right? Nah, just kidding. It does take a little while to do the section. It is very complicated. So we got to do it right. Not a very huge margin of error, but if you're pretty precise in the first place, then your sloppiness could be, you know, a completely different acceptable amount, I guess. Boom. See, it's times like this where I wish I could move that tailstock back faster, but I can't. So we are through. Nice. You know what that was for. Next thing, right on. Anyway, so Kevin went to the gender reveal, and turns out I was right about what I thought. I don't remember what you had said. There were quite a few people that casted forth their guesses. But you can't lie, because I can go back and see. So, not sure what you guessed or predicted, but I'm going to be an uncle to a... you said girl. It was a boy. Or it is a boy. So... I have my superstitions, and one of them was that when I was in the military, I always brought rain to North Carolina when I came home on leave. It was usually within a day or two. It was usually within a day or two of me getting home, and it rained this morning, so I took that as the sign of, well, today's the day, and it rained just a tiny little bit. It's like, hey, it is going to be a
Sorry, I got distracted. I can't tell if that's Sharpie or not.
Huh. Let's see. All right. Let's see. I was the bringer of rain when I came. Um, Pretty much any time I came home from the military. So kind of funny, but I went for it. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go for it. And that's my prediction. And turned out that was the case. And crazy enough, pretty much everybody else was surprised too. There were so many people wearing the I bet it's a girl sticker. With good reason. There's so many girls in my family. And because the male decides the gender of the baby, not so much the lady. Yeah. Well, thank you. I mean, congratulations to them. I'm excited for them. And I think my sister was really surprised that that is what it was going to be. Or that's what she was having. But her husband was quite happy about it. So happy for him. Uh, I told them, I had mentioned to them rather, that I was looking around and have yet to find a, um, an acceptable car seat for my motorcycle. They didn't find it as amusing as I did. But I suppose that's standard. Sidecar? Heck yeah. I actually saw one when I went to the Beamer dealership, and that particular motorcycle was really expensive, actually. I think that particular one was about 30 grand, um, which was kind of crazy. Oh, man. I lost my calipers. Calipers. Why? Why do the calipers have to... Never mind. I'm blind. Alrighty. What are we looking at here? All right. Let's see. Oh, okay. We're good. We are good. I just couldn't tell. Okay. But yeah, a sidecar on that motorcycle would be pretty wild. I don't know if I mentioned it before, but I did upgrade my daughter's helmet. I just installed some Bluetooth connectivity into that. So should be pretty interesting. Either we're going to listen to the same stuff, or I'll end up connecting it to her phone that she rarely ever gets to use. You have a trike? All right, quick, ship it over here. Just kidding. Do you have one of those slingshots? Or the other way trike? What am I doing? What am I doing? There we are. All right. Regular old school, right on. 2 in the back. Oh, wow. Shoot. I'm pretty sure those are like a higher rollover than the 2 in the front. But, you know, there's a good chance that they wouldn't know that. Oh. All right, here we go. Boom. Yeah. You know what? Even on a motorcycle, I don't want to turn fast, so no problems there. When people talk about rolling over and stuff, I'm like, how fast you want to be going on turns? There are some people that go way too fast. Oh, yeah. Put car tires on it? Shoot. No problem with that. You can lay down more rubber, so to speak. I think I'm gonna be going to Virginia tomorrow. Surprisingly enough. So try to make it through at least drilling these bad boys out. Maybe try to get them all the way done. I don't know. I don't know. It's possible, I suppose. Maybe we'll just, I don't know. I think it depends on how engaged I got some viewers to be. I'm going to be working on these for a little while. Oh, I went to go see the Borderlands movie. It was pretty underwhelming. And then I also went to go see the Alien movie, and you know, that was actually pretty good. You want to go see the Borderlands one? You know, I want you to go make your own decisions on it. I found myself smiling quite a bit because I like Borderlands in general. But I gotta say, it was not a well done movie. It was not a great showing from Eli Roth. I, you know, have higher standards for Eli Roth, which was the director. But yeah, if you played Borderlands, I think you will find some happy things about it. And if you haven't seen Borderlands, then maybe you'll just enjoy it straight up. As far as the Alien goes, it was very different. And I enjoyed it. Yeah. So I think if you go with low to no expectations, you'll be pleased with them. But if you expect it to be something, there's probably a good chance it'll let you down. So, you know, I don't know. I get happy about things that you'd be like, what the heck's wrong with you? But yeah, Fallout, dope. Fallout was really good. You don't think you'll look at any movie or show? Yeah. I mean, Fallout, they did a really good job. They really did. It definitely gave you elements of nostalgia, but also had their own story. So I think they did a fantastic job with Fallout. Um, but yeah, I won't elaborate any further on my assessment of the other two for now, I reckon. But, you know, I enjoyed them, and there is one other one that I am thinking about, um, that I hope that they do. Artsy gamer is someone who used a lathe. You're getting close to how close my hand is to the chuck. Well, I can understand that. Maybe I should add that in my disclaimer. The procedures that you see here are not necessarily the safest. You use the equipment at your own risk and that kind of stuff. The material I'm working with right now is a Lumalite Clear Slow, and it is made by my wife. She is the one that makes the blanks that I use, and right now I'm turning sections and creating the tenons with the threads is what I've got going on right now. And then the next step is to get the other side going. Let's see. You do metal work and the injuries, yeah. I can definitely understand that. Um, yeah. Yeah. Like I said, the ways that I do things are not necessarily the safest, but it is what I have deemed to be safe enough for me. Mini lathe, yeah, it's not a very large lathe, but it's definitely got enough torque to take your finger off if if you happen to get it caught. Right now, I am making fountain pen sections. Um, these will end up being fountain pens, and right now specifically, I'm working on sections. The way I do my tenon is so cool. Well, Kevin, you could absolutely still do the tenon cutter. I find it to be quite useful when it comes to other diameters that I am unable to do. So there is an element of that. But I keep my hands free and clear. I don't mind actually getting hit by the jaws. It's not going to catch anything on me. So I'm not really worried about that in particular. I got told a story in college. They had someone get near enough get sucked into a lathe. That's terrible. Uh, well, I mean, the interesting thing I would say is that you determine yourself what you are willing to accept. Um, I can't tell you what that threshold is. No artsy gamer, but um, there is definitely potential for this to absolutely make you regret using it. But you know, it's a calculated risk that I use. Um, but yeah. So here is the component that I was just working on, and then here is what it's going to be. It is going to be a section for a fountain pen, a grip section. Half the class didn't want to go near things. See, that's the other thing. You know, well, you don't know, but I've had my daughter using my metal lathe before, and she is 9. And, you know, I teach her how to be safe, but I don't overload her with stuff. I think if you have so many things going through your head, then that causes you to focus on that particular thing. And then, just like anything, you get target fixated, and what you're trying to avoid most is what ends up happening. So, yeah, that's just my thought. I think I sucked up into something into the vacuum that I didn't want in here. And one of the problems is that some of the components over there are brass, so you can't just use a magnet. They don't make brass magnets. Let's see. The worst one for me was the mill. Had one of the bits come out and me where the teacher didn't secure it enough. Oh man. Brand new slot cutter. Oh man. Well, I can't speak from experience as far as too much milling goes, but I don't turn metal on this pretty much ever. And if I do, it has been brass only a couple times. So aside from that, I pretty much just turned plastic. And the next thing that is plastic that I'm going to turn is a barrel. Worse, yeah. Man, that's crazy. Was it yours? Yeah. Oh, that's fortunate, man. Or woman. That's fortunate. You did milling and turning, and it was all metal work. That's really cool. Oh, engineer. Good grief. You start teaching me stuff. You like to save the money for something else, Kevin. What you saving up for my course? Is that what it is? You saving up for my course? I'm just kidding. I don't have a course yet. But if I did, it would be $5 million. Just kidding. Let's see. All right. So we're going to get this piece based nicely. Oh, yeah. Lesson one, don't put your hand near the chuck. Better safe than sorry? Yeah. You know, for most people, that is absolutely. What do you think of skydivers? That do it for fun, we'll say. And then, what do you think of base jumpers and rock climbers and all kinds of people like that? They take calculated risks. I got over 150 jumps. I hope you don't really think I'm a psychopath. No, skydiving is a lot of fun. It's one of those things where, you know, it's a calculated risk. And then the other thing of it is we were trained to pack our own parachutes. Boom. Let's see. Might as well. Because your hand is touching a spinning three-jaw chuck. Well, I mean, you know, it's funny. Have you seen the new Jurassic Worlds? Because it reminds me of a scene from in there when the dude that's like the IT guy, he's talking to the raptor trainer. I think it's in the second one. He said, "Have you gone into Jurassic World before?" Or something like that. He's like, "Well, yeah. I also went riding a motorcycle with a bunch of raptors before." And then the guy's like, "You and I, we're not compatible." Anyway, I just thought about that. Well, I gave you a rundown of what I was talking about. Pretty good one. Pretty good part. But you know, things that people were like, "Oh my God, I can't believe you did that," is where other people are like, "I can't believe you haven't done that." You're rating the skills on the lathe too. Good control facing off material before you start turning it. Hey, I appreciate it. If you have an engineering background, uh, you know, I'd value your opinions a little bit higher than somebody without. But that only goes so far. There is an element of, well, is this what you do? But I like it. I like it. Whoop! Boom. You got me here. Oh, hey. What would you like me to call you? Like, do you like Artsy Rose? Or Artsy Gamer? Or Artsy Gamer Rose? What would you like? We got Kevin in here right now. Kevin's a regular. He hangs out a lot. I definitely appreciate it. But yeah, multi-streaming a little bit to see. Let's just see how it goes, really. Doing it with metal is not fun, dude. I can't even imagine. That's not where I want to be. But more power to the people that do. There's definitely a valuable market for that type of thing, so I definitely appreciate it. You got the degree? Well, hey, congratulations. That's dope. And, you know, that would be pretty valuable to have. And if you were, you know, marketing something or whatever. Just rose right on. If I ever do metal work on the lathe, set up a coolant loop with a decent pump in a reservoir because oh man. Woo! That doesn't sound fun. That sounds very unfun. I you know, I think I've actually done something. I've ripped my fingerprints off actually. Ripped the skin off of my fingers because I used a CA glue, touched it, and kept my finger there too long, and it took my fingerprint off with it. And I had left my skin from my finger on there. But that's, I imagine, if I had to guess, you cooked them right off, which is very unfortunate. That sucks. But hopefully you had a recovery that was swift and uneventful, we'll say. All right, let's see where we're at. I'm gonna need to clean these threads up a bit with, we'll hit it with the parting tool here at the base. Just a little dab right here. All righty. Whoop. But yeah. In general engineering degree, so I've done everything electrical, mechanical, CAD design, and engineering principles as well as to how to use a micrometer and a veneer caliper. Huh. What is a veneer caliper? This is like the most precise measuring tool I've got, I think. Which is sufficient for what I'm doing. But I have not heard of a veneer. Oh, that's a veneer caliper? Well, how about that? That's pretty cool. You worked in millimeters. You know, it's crazy. I don't know if you make pens by chance, but if you're here, I assume that there's an element of you that has seen or heard of you know, pen making in some form or fashion. But when I make pens, I use a combination of metric and imperial drill bits And a lot of people would be like, what in the heck are you doing or making? And it's partly because I find those particular measurements to be more accurate in some cases for what I need. So veneer, oh geez. Are we not talking about the same thing? Are you talking about like super thin slices? Veneer? Maybe it's a maybe it's a difference of like where we're from. The veneer. Are you is it spelled, well, it looks like the way you're spelling it is a vernier. I just spell it, or I just pronounce it veneer. Veneer. I don't know. Veneer. You know, if it wasn't for that particular piece that I showed you, I wouldn't even know what veneer was. Um, but yeah. Well, tell me when you figure it out. That way we can chat about it. I'm just kidding. A digital readout? Yeah, these are digital readouts right here. So this is the obviously the cross slide, and then I've got another one in the back here, right there, that I don't usually need to use because everything else that I do is calculated in advance, so I don't really use them. But yeah, I do have some digital readouts, but I don't use them. Hey, however you pronounce it, I'll go with it. No shame here. Call it whatever you want. But Rose, what do you do now? What am I doing right now? All right, made that smooth. That's good. Do you vernier? Vernier. We'll call it whatever you want. As long as we can you know, determine what it is that we're talking about. But heck yeah. Let's see. It's weird. Yeah. I imagine if you're using calipers on something like that, it would be kind of weird. Um, because that stuff is like so thin. Yeah, it is very thin. Kevin, you switched over? I mean, I was reading out the convo, I think. Let's see. Yeah, you just do carpentry? Bro. Or sis. Just carpentry? That's dope. I by no means would consider myself a woodworker. I pretty much never deal with wood. And that's partially because anything that I make is going to be handled a lot, and I don't want to have to deal with um, CA usually. Let's see. It'll be in college again. Dang. Couldn't find anything as an engineer? Or you just like schooling? I've I mean, school is pretty interesting, and I like school. I don't like school, actually. I like educations of sorts. I like learning about what I'm interested in. Uh, I have looked at taking an intro to CNC stuff, but you can get as much as possible. College is free. Nice. Uh, you don't need to worry about finding stuff in one trade. You aim to have about three. Shoot! You just focus on one, you'd be like superpower. Well, you do you. Is it free because you were in the military, or what? Yeah, CNC is a milling machine on steroids. Yeah, yeah. Eventually, I might get into it, um, but I do turn for a living. Like, this is actually what I do for work. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. Well, that's dope. Well, good on you for taking advantage of that. Might as well. Heck yeah. It makes sense. That totally makes sense. That way you can try out a bunch of different things and determine what it is that you like and then go from there. So it's freaking smart of you to take full advantage of that. Shoot. If I could do that, going back, I was in the military. So I spent 11 years in the military. Um, and pretty much nothing that I do now is what I did then, uh, aside from educating. Um, I do like teaching. Um, but if I did redo any of that, and I could go to business school right now, or if I could go to school right now, I would do a trade and then I would go into business school. I'd learn both of those. So I'm 35 right now. So, a little bit of reflection right there. Um, that's what I would do. I would learn some skills and then I would learn business if money was my target. But obviously, you should do whatever it is that you want to do. But if I could, that's what I would do. Or psychology, or leadership. I think all of those would be super valuable. But that's awesome. The college you don't know you done let's see, then carpentry. You got a little side hustle you're starting. What's your side hustle? I hope it's good. If nothing else, I hope you learn from it. I never mind. I was going to talk about a side hustle I was thinking about sarcastically, which was foot picks, and uh, I don't I don't do that. Not to mention people would not. I couldn't imagine people doing that. Man, it's crazy. The people that I have met streaming are so interesting, man. I love it. It's so cool. I it just makes me glad that I started streaming in the first place with the variety of people and stuff that I have been able to meet. But that's cool. Let's see. Console cleanouts. Hey, let's strip down the console and clean it out. That's dope. People do make a lot of feet finder. Yeah, I don't think I would though. I my feet were in boots for a long time, and my feet show that that was the case. And it would take a very special person to appreciate that. So, and I really have my work cut out for me trying to figure out who that person might be. So, there's a good chance I should probably just roll the dice on something else. But I have thought about selling my dog's feet picks. She's a Weimaraner, so uh, she might have some nice feet. Anyway, that's cool. That is very cool. I don't know how we got on that sidetrack. It was probably my fault. It was definitely my fault. I'll take the heat for it. Let's see. Starting small with just friends right now, then you're gonna expand. Right on. Right on. That's freaking cool. I So I separated from the military July 4th, which is kind of funny. I separated from the military July 4th, 2018, I think. And then I started doing some security contracting. And then I stopped doing that as well. And then I went full-time turning. So I literally do something to the effect of what you're looking at full-time as my job. And I've been doing that for five actually, a little over 5 years now. So I'm married and I have a couple kiddos, and it is sufficient to provide for all of those things. So I only say that to point out that I'm not just a hobbyist, and I do have an idea of what I am talking about when it comes to business. So, with those things, I am absolutely not a boaster. If anything, I am the anti-boaster of what it is that I do or have done. Whoop. Let's see. Let's see. Little tip, wet the sandpaper. Hey, I like your style. I do wet sand when I'm getting a finish on the whole thing. This is actually my sanding setup right here. Right here. I use 8 different grits of sandpaper, and then I use 6 steps of a plastic polish. But yeah, that's a good tip. The only reason I do the quick sandpaper like that is so I can get a quick bevel on it. And I only do that so I can get the taps and the dies going into those particular components. But wet sanding plastic is absolutely the way to go. You're totally right. And thanks for pointing that out. Excuse me. Let's see. We're going to go ahead and hit the back end of this bad boy here. A little bit more. I don't know if I did it before, but I didn't do it enough if I did. Oh, yeah. That's good. You're cheating with the taps, in my opinion. You know what? You're probably right. However, I'd like to see you make a business out of doing it the way that you're talking about doing it, with triple lead taps and dies. uh, gift you a small lathe and you'll do it. Well, how about this? Instead of that, if I was to get you a lathe, why don't you just become somebody that makes me the components that I would use all the time? It's a pretty high quota, but if that's what you're interested in, it'd be a side hustle for you. Let's see. Sorry. This one doesn't autofocus. Well, you just said gift you a small lathe. I'm just saying, if I was to get you a small lathe and I send you material, would you triple lead tap it for me and then send it back? Yeah, I usually have a breast pocket, but I don't have a breast pocket, so it's up here. Might as well. But yeah, if I bought you a lathe and I sent you the material. You do the work and then send it back to me, and then, you know, we're jiving, right? Then I wouldn't have to use taps and dies. That'd be dope. What about that? That's all right. I won't gen up a contract quite yet. Paying for the shipping and you want to cut of the profits. Well, dang. You know what? I think we could play with some numbers and make that happen. But it's going to take a commitment on your end. Because I could absolutely use. Hey, me too. I don't know what kind of numbers would be beneficial for both of us. To see how your side hustle goes. Hey, I gotta say, if you do expand to PCs as well, uh, you know, I would have a PC for you here in the near future. I have a tower that's down here that gets pretty dusty. So if you expanded your side hustle to a PC as well as the Xbox and PlayStation, I'd say that you might have more work than you have time for. Customer plusing. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. You know, that's also why it is beneficial that I do things that are small. It's small. It can go in a lot of different countries, no problem. So, but yeah, I could see that definitely being a problem. Um, I don't know if I mentioned, but are you able to cut triple lead threads? Because if that's the case, we can potentially uh, think about it. But if not, well, you'll have to work on the skills if we're gonna deal. You do one Xbox, I'd rather not do the original Xbox because well, I gotta say, if you did phones instead, that would greatly reduce the shipping price. But you know, you do what you're comfortable with. That's just a thought. If you were to work on something that is, you know, this big rather than this big, uh, you know, you could save a pretty decent chunk of money on on shipping cost alone. But it is definitely a different skill set. But obviously, you know that. Heck yeah. Yeah, you definitely have to charge for parts. Shoot, the screen when let's see, what was the year that that iPhone had a glass back? The iPhone had a glass back 1 year or 2 years. I don't know how many years. It was stupid, but in order to replace it, it was like 300 or 400 bucks, and it's like my phone still works. I'm not gonna do that. That's just dumb. So uh, it really wasn't worth it to do that. I don't remember what phone. It was one of the gens of iPhone that had a glass back on it instead of the aluminum that it usually has now. Your normal fee is 20 bucks. 20 bucks? Shoot. That's a good deal. I couldn't tell you. I think I pretty much always got the pros. So, you know, they came out with the new gen and they came out with the pro and then the new one and then the pro. I always used the pro. So I was always on that cycle where it was every other year. So I was always on the pro year. But yeah, it's interesting. Well, let's see. What I've got right now, are you computer savvy? Like PC, like motherboard, RAM, graphics card, all that stuff? Because I built two of my computers, but I'm thinking about upgrading this tower that I use for streaming, but not quite to the one that my other one is. Sorry, the light turned off over here. They're automatic. um, but my new computer is pretty dope. It's got a 4070 Ti graphics card. It's got an i7 processor, and it's got 32 gigs of RAM, and then it has a terabyte hard drive that I've expanded. Yeah, the risk of shipping, I can definitely see that. But I don't mean like for repairing or cleaning or anything like that. I just mean generally. Um, One of my problems is the speediness of streaming. M2 for storage. So I think my Mobo is pretty old. Uh, it is. I built this computer over 10 years ago. I've got 16 or 32 gigs of RAM. I think so. This computer that I'm talking about has an i5 processor and a 1050 Ti, and I think it's got 16 gigs of RAM. Is there anything you could think of that would affect the internet reception? So I've got a couple dongles. So I've got this dongle, and then I've got another one that's plugged in that is actually receiving right now. You stream with 8 gigabytes. uh, okay, so it's not the RAM. I don't stream video games on this computer. I stream with just multiple cameras. Hmm. I'm just kind of wondering if there is a way. Yeah, see, that would be nice. I don't have the ability to do that. I can't use a wired for this computer because my router is on the other side of the house, and I'm out in the garage. So I'm kind of limited on that, and so I just have to make the best out of the Wi-Fi that I can. Now, typically my Wi-Fi is really good. I'm usually getting 150 down and 18 to 19 upload with 19 ping. So it's usually pretty good. I'm just wondering if there is something that you could maybe think of that I haven't thought of to make that better. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of figured it would be something that I wouldn't really be able to do. That would be about 100-foot cable. And that's not factoring in having to route it out of the way, like going along the outside perimeter of the walls and whatnot. Right on, Kevin. Back, had to get back in the house from the car. Well, welcome back. Thanks for coming back. Let's see. So I've done the sections, I've done the barrels. I'm gonna work on the caps. Other than a access point, yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. I even tried like a signal booster that plugs into the wall, and that thing I'm pretty sure actually slowed my stuff down. Unfortunately, I had high hopes for it, but I really think it slowed me down even more. So, wireless mesh system. A pure scam. Yeah, well, I think I paid to learn that lesson. But it is what it is. You know, you live and you learn, don't you? Let's see. I'm gonna switch over. Would y'all like to have multiple screens like this, where you can see me here? Oh, too much. There we go. How about that? Maybe not high enough. Pop it up. Unfortunately, I can't really see over this thing here that well. All right, what do you think? This one while I work on stuff, or the only one? More than one screen? Hey, no worries. Rose, I appreciate you hanging out. Good chatting with you. But since you suggested as such, we'll roll with this. Right now, I am working on the caps of the fountain pens. So, I gotta ask, if you don't mind, what did or why did you decide to stop by or click on the channel here? The dealer's choice. Hey, thanks, Kevin. I do have a Discord, and the link is in my YouTube. So I do already have a Discord that I've really been kind of slow to get going on. And that's partially because of the time of year. And my wife and I, we go to pin shows as vendors. So we've been working on that kind of stuff right now. But once it chills out a bit, we'll have a little bit of time that I can take in order to get back to some of that stuff. But I do have a Discord channel right now. It is basically in its infancy stage, I would say. Kevin is a early adopter of it. So yeah. You like looking through the makers and crafting category. That's cool. You know, I thought about putting this in like the just chatting, which is typically what I mostly do anyway. But I don't know. It just seems like a lot of politics or a lot of stuff that I don't really want to talk about is in that category. So I just put myself in the makers category, which is what I'm doing. It's just not necessarily what I'm talking about. So it was one of those things where I was like, do I put myself in what I'm doing or do I put it in as what I'm talking about? So, but that's really cool. Let's see. Hey, thanks for joining the server. Right on. Get some rest and hope to see you around. Your self-appointed Maverick is right on, man. I don't want to let you down now, Kevin. Shoot. Gotta make you like amazing. You gotta show you all my tricks. Being a self-appointed apprentice at all. Can't have you showing up not knowing what you're talking about. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. Well, all right. So here's the dealio with this set. I don't need to get these done. However, I would like to get these done so I can have Abby work on them. And the goal would be for her to be able to or get these to a point where she could just be sanding them and then adding the finials that she's going to. So that's the objective. And because I am leaving to go to DC, or not DC, Virginia, my daughter and I, we're going to go to Busch Gardens. And we are, or I am rather, thinking about trying to have these done. Which, you know, is possible. Just a doozy. So that's the master plan. I'm just going to keep working on it. Oh man, I appreciate that. Wouldn't let you down even if I didn't show you anything, just video and everything. I appreciate that. It's pretty funny when I see people that watch my how to make a bespoke pen video. They watch the video and they're like, you didn't explain anything. For those people, it makes me wonder if they've put any effort into learning it themselves yet. And it's not to be mean, it's not to be anything, it's just some people, it seems like some people, they just want all of the answers and they don't want to figure anything out on their own. Which, I mentioned it before, that's okay. That's okay. Yeah, they'll never learn anything. Well, yeah, they won't learn anything on their own, especially. I think it's important to point out at this point that I do think it is valuable to have a baseline understanding of whatever it is that you're trying to do. And, you know, you can absolutely learn from someone, but if you don't adopt that and start making your own, whatever it is, your own process, your own style, your own flair, then you're really not making anything different. You're making what that person taught you how to make. You know what I mean? If I showed you the alphabet, but you never wrote anything, you're not really creating your own story. And I get that fountain pens aren't necessarily a story, but it is a way to look at it, I suppose. It's one of those things that I think about, probably more than I should. It's your story? Well, I'm just saying. I mean, that's just a way I think about it. If you don't, so I guess for somebody that is learning the the process that I do, um, I think I've ironed out the process pretty well. So I wouldn't be surprised if you use my process, uh, but it's one of those things where if you didn't use like a different material or you didn't try different elements of the process or alter different parts of the process, if that didn't happen, I would wonder if you were trying to be your own pin maker or not. And I guess that's sometimes where I get stuck in some cases. I want people to learn and know how to be creative with whatever it is, but if they're just replicating what it is that I'm doing and that's all they're doing, it's like, well, why are you doing that? That already exists. You should kind of want to do your own thing, uh, express yourself in your own way, not in a way that, was that. I don't know. Anyway. Like, I don't want to be that person that's like overprotective of whatever it is. I've been there and it's lonely. And, I don't know, I like the competition of things. I like when people, I like seeing people that are better than me at some things, and it makes me want to be better. So I guess that's my competitive nature. uh, and it could be something as simple as a better finish. It could be something as simple as a better structure component. You know, all kinds of things. I look at a lot of different things when I pick up a pen and I look at it from a maker, at least, not mass produced. But I just find it pretty interesting. Boom. Alrighty. Well, I think that nice. That's the last cap and the last barrel for that. Boom. Now we're gonna come back here for a second. Oh, hey yo. It's a little high. It's a little high. Let's drop her down. Good enough. All right, now we're gonna go back to the wood lathe. Back at the wood. Come on now, get out of the way. Anyway. But I guess that's one of my problems so far, that I want to YouTube, but I also know that there's a good chance that people, a lot of people, will watch the video and they will start making them exactly the same way. And then they'll start selling them. And a part of me is like, I don't want that to happen. I want people to take the time to learn how to do something their way. Uh, but they're not. They're going to learn how to do it the way that they just saw and then start doing it that way. So, I mean, don't get me wrong. It could still happen where there's somebody's like, oh, you make a fountain pen. Hey, this person also makes a fountain pen. That's really vague and not even close to the same thing. So there is an element of that that I can appreciate and uh not get worked up over. And worked up isn't even the right expression, I guess. Um, it's let's see, boom, and oh, okay. Ah, that's different. Yeah. Yeah, it's it is what it is, and you can't get away from it because there's only so many ways you can really do something, and um, and it just kind of is what it is. So there's only so much you can do, but you know, I just a part of me is like, yeah, absolutely, go ahead and use the things to make it easier for yourself to do it. Uh, and then there's a variety of things that uh, yeah, I haven't looked at any EDC communities, but I can absolutely believe that there's there's only so many ways you can do an EDC bead. Like how many ways can you do an EDC bead? You got half an inch of material. You're like, oh, it's a round one. Ooh. Ooh, sometimes we'll do a honeycomb. Ooh. And then sometimes we'll do like a dip. Ooh. So it's like, come on, man. But at that point, it's like the material is the thing that you can change. So, I mean, it just is what it is. There's a lot of other things that you can, emphasize and be able to stand out doing, like your finishing. So I did see a different finish than I would have ever done. And a part of it is because I tried it and it didn't go well. Um, but that's the thing is you try something out and then you determine whether or not it's good. And if you don't like take some things for a test drive, then you could run into the I don't know. I think of it as neglecting, but what happened was somebody used a they turned something into a shape, then they sanded it a little bit, and then they put like a finish on it that would easily come off. And it was, I don't know, it just was not something I would have ever sent out. Like the sanding and polishing process that Abby and I do now, that polish is not going to come off. Like there is no polish to come off. the way that we do it is we're sanding it to be that shiny in the first place. So like if you were to use like micro mesh, for example, and you sand it to the shine that it is, that sanding isn't just going to come off. You know what I mean? You're just polishing something so shiny in the first place. The only way for it to get dulled is by touching it, but you can always wipe that off because that's all it is. Anyway, I digress about that a little bit. If anybody watches this in the future, they'll probably hear it and get upset about some of those things. But I mean, really, if you're going to do a half butt job, sanding and polishing, then you should expect it to not last as long as something that is done how it, in my mind, should be done in the first place. You gotta fail sometimes. Yeah, you know, you do have to fail. And failing is important. I learn the most when I'm failing. I'm not really learning something if somebody's like, "Yeah, you did great." Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I worked really hard on it. But when I'm going to work hard on the next thing, that doesn't tell me what to work on next. So there is an element of that. However, if you are going to be critical of some things, I think you should have some merit of some sort. Just my thoughts on that. All right. Let's see if um ugh. I think I'm actually going to call it an evening and then do these in the morning and then cut my recesses. But I did get everything drilled, and that is pretty dope. So we are for 3 pins. I don't know. I could go back and look. I'd say it's probably about an hour and a half. Heck yeah, it is. Whew. Ugh. But yeah. Well, Kevin, what do you want to see, man? What can I show you? Is there anything that you'd want to see? Yeah. And if not, that's also no problem. I'll just keep doing what it is that I'm doing and working on, uh, sharing the different equipment that I use on a pretty routine basis. Also, I have had the M12 tap and die set for quite a while, but I have not really um, I have not spent much time with the M12. So you watch everything. If you, I can see your YouTube suggestions. Like watching what and how I do things. Right on. Heck yeah. Well, thank you. I do spend a lot of time uh, figuring out what it is that I want to be doing. Um, sometimes I don't do things as well as I could, and then I make adjustments and improvements and do them better. So cool. All right, I can do that. I can do that. Heck yeah. Oh, um, if you do happen to be able to go to San Francisco, I had mentioned that to my wife. She won't be there. She's flying out Thursday, and then she'll be there Friday and Saturday, and then her flight leaves on Sunday. So if you do happen to go to San Fran to the show, I just wanted to mention that. Uh, that way you wouldn't miss whatever it is if you were trying to see her. Ah, I hear you. Well, no worries. No worries. If the San Fran show is awesome, then we will probably be going to it next year, and we can, reassess at that point. Ooh, nope, no problem, man. Just giving you a heads up on that. If you were trying to make it happen, definitely appreciate it, and don't want you to miss out. Hey, maybe you'll see me. Yeah, man, maybe. Well, since it is next week, it'll be a year and a week from now. So 53 weeks from now, you have to build up some inventory to make that happen. Heck yeah. You can make it happen. If you wanted to, you could. Um, but there are always consequences associated with making things happen sometimes. I had the mindset of letting those burned bridges light my way forward. Uh, not a good way to be, but at the time it worked. I'm not going to try my record as making. Oh man. Oh, I don't suggest that. I definitely don't suggest that. Like I wear a glove when I do that because I get blisters, and then I also have calluses on my knuckles because of supporting my hand on the lathe and stuff for so long. So that was 7 straight hours of turning. Like if I stopped to go to the bathroom, I stopped my stopwatch, and then I came back and I'd start it back up. So that was 7 straight hours of turn, take them off, put new one on, turn, take it off, put it on, turn. So yeah. Machine. I mean, when it's my job, You know, it's one of those things you got to be good at doing whatever it is. I'm sure there's things about your job that you do extremely well that you could do for a unimaginable amount of time. So, yeah. But yeah. Mm. Anywho, I think I'm gonna hop on tomorrow morning and get the rest of these done, turn them down to size. But after that, I'll be heading to Virginia, I think. You go above and beyond for your customers. That's why I wanted trying to steal you from your current company. Hey, I mean, I can't decide for you, but you could pit those things against each other and be like, hey, I got this that's wanting this to happen. I'm looking for a raise, and this person's willing to pay me this. But, that's totally different if you're loyal to wherever you are and, you know, you feel a certain way about where you are and whatnot. But yeah, ooh, that's significant. That's I'd say that's pretty significant. The other thing is I'd think about the longevity. Oh shoot, what am I doing here? Man, that's tough. That sounds like a pretty big jump. Wonder what the longevity of it is. I've actually gotten message recently from like LinkedIn and people wanting me to go back to what I used to do as a contractor, and the pay is pretty significant, but the longevity is like a year, and then after a year it's TBD because of how contracts work. Interesting. That's tough, man. Good luck on that decision. There's probably a couple ways to think about that one then. If they just bought it, they're already in whatever hole that they've thought, and they're trying to recruit. So they probably are willing to pay pretty significant amounts of money because there's already a significant amount of money that's gone out. Uh, so tell them two hundo. I was thinking the job that I used to do, for me to do it as a civilian now, like I'd need to be in at least in the three before I would even entertain it. So yeah. Hey man, it's good. It's good because those people can absolutely vouch for you. So wow. Yeah. And that would be even before I'd be interested. Nice. Is what you have done already able to transfer over? Because that's pretty, that'd be pretty dope. Or you're gonna have to run like the whole 20 or 30 or whatever. Oh, well, my current job doesn't have one either. Yeah. No retirement as your own business. Oh, I do. Well, hot dog. Check it out. There we go. Uh-oh. Weird. Oh, weird. I don't know. It looks like YouTube's still going. I've got my iPad on over there so I can see it. It might be because you're doing both. Boom, boom. Mm-mm. I don't know. I don't know why that would be the case, but whatever. Just talking to you anyway. Yeah. A cool thumbnail. Oh man. That one is actually from uh I was actually in the helicopter in Afghanistan. That's what that's from. Somebody snapped a picture while I was in the helicopter. Mm. Yeah. Really? What made you think you was in a helicopter? Yeah, I flew left door. I flew left door and yeah, headset or helmet. Man, it feels like so long ago. That was a good time anyway. Hmm. We flew in six-man crews, and two of those people are actually dead. So it's a pretty significant amount of people from the team that's not there anymore. Anywho, it was a good time. I used to run with the dude, and he was training for a marathon. A part of you wish you went to be an MP? Well, uh, for what it's worth, unless you intended on going K9 or Raven, you're not missing on much. You actually dodged a bullet, I would say. Not in the literal sense, in the figuratively speaking sense. Gotta be careful how I say that shit. But yeah, being a military police, a good thing, sure. It's nice to have them. When I had someone that came, you like to fight back then? Yeah, it's funny how those things change. It changes you aren't as resilient as you once were. But yeah, it's a good position. But uh, I'd say that I went to leadership school with some of the MPs, and they talk about how dog handler or canine was one of the best things that they had decided on doing and pursued. So, too tired these days? Hey, I think you can actually join the Guard or Reserve until you're like 32 or 35 with the waiver. So, I don't know how old you are quite, but you know, you could potentially still join if you really, really wanted to. Ah, well, uh, yeah, I'd say that you missed your window there, but you know, I wouldn't say that you're missing out by any means. Yeah, but some of the people that I used to work with, they were canine in OGA, and their job was just maintaining the dog and then doing checks on vehicles periodically. And then outside of that, when they were stateside, they just did some training here and there to make sure that they have weapon proficiency and that their dog is still up and good to go. So kind of crazy. Back then, you were in boxing classes and hit the gym 3 times a day. Dang. How'd you have any time to work if you're hitting the gym 3 times a day? Good grief. That's crazy. And boxing classes too, man. Those are, I haven't been into any boxing classes. Uh, well, I mean, that's a good way to, uh, I guess, not be around when she is. So that checks out. Not as fun, but hmm. It wasn't. Yeah, I could see that. Well, I'd say that that's a good outlet. So I think that you made a very smart decision on your outlet that you chose. So yeah, I believe that too. I bet. It's one of those tough things, I suppose, too. Being better off without the person that you thought that you'd be better with. That's a tough one. But, you know, it is also important to realize those things, and good on you for doing that. That's impressive. Yeah. Let's see. I'm gonna call it for this evening, sir. Santa Tra, I'm gonna do my best. I'm gonna only go to sleep, but you know, I have a way of getting in trouble doing something as simple as that. I appreciate it. Kevin, it's good hanging out with you, man. I hope we're able to meet or work together in some capacity in the near future. Uh, but good chatting with you, and take care. You stay out of trouble as well, my friend. Have a good night. Take care.